I don't think I have any more. All right, I'm gonna have to just leave it at that. All right, those of you online, your field notes, I will be leaving those up in the office. Let me read for you what you have for today. So if you cannot get here and pick up your field notes, do remember, I know some of you comment on things that I've already told you. Remember, the field notes will be up there. If you cannot get them, you take a piece of paper, you write down the passages I'm going to tell you, and then you just take a picture of that paper and send it to me. Today, I need your quiz, your verse quiz from yesterday or Friday, and your field notes. I need those today for you to get any credit. Let me read through what your field notes are. Today is John chapter number 2. John chapter number 2. Tomorrow, Tuesday, John chapter 3, verses 1 through 18. John chapter 3, verses 1 through 18. Wednesday, John chapter 3, verses 19 through 36. John chapter 3, verses 19 through 36. Thursday, John chapter 4, verses 1 through 30. John chapter 4, verses 1 through 30. And then don't forget your big takeaway for the week. And write out Psalm 1, verses 4 through 6. So those are your field notes. I got a few of you just walk in. I'm going to give you your field notes. Please make sure not to leave before I give those to you today. So I'll give those to you right at the end of class. Everyone, go ahead. If you're working on your field notes, you can put those away. Open up your books to page 131. 131. We're going to begin talking about the book of Psalms, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. I got some activities that we are going to do with that as well. This week, your memory verses are Psalm chapter 1. We're going back there, but this time it is verses 4, 5, and 6. Okay, last time you did the first part of that, 1, 2, and 3. This time it is 4, 5, and 6. And then the last 19 books of the Old Testament, where did we end up with? I'll check. I'll check and see. I forget what the first 20. Proverbs was the last one we wrote. Okay, so we'll go from Ecclesiastes, okay? Ecclesiastes to the end. That will be your extra credit. This week, you do have your book quiz, which we will go over that tomorrow. We'll spend some time going over your book quiz, what that will be on, and that will be on Friday. Your verse quiz will be on Thursday, okay? So this week, just so everyone's on the same page, on Thursday, you get out a piece of paper, write Psalm 1, verses 4 through 6. On Friday, I will get your field notes, and I will take a look at those and make sure those are done so you can get your homework grade, and then you will take your Bible book quiz. Everyone, any questions on what the schedule is for this week? It's the same way. We just switch schedules every other week, all right? That's all we do here, so don't let yourself get confused. Should be fairly simple to follow along with that. Today, we're going to jump into studying Psalms. Okay, we're going to study this, and hopefully it is something that will help you. Psalms is a great book. First off, I want to go over, let me go over how you say this, okay? Psalms, because many times people say this wrong. First off, when you are writing the book, you are going to capitalize the name, okay? Capitalize the name, the book name. So if you're saying Psalm chapter 1, you capitalize it. Let's say, get your Bibles out and turn to Psalm chapter 1. I didn't bring mine down. Can I borrow yours? Psalm chapter 1, I'm going to show you. Oh, yeah, you're right there. Oh, you don't have it on. Okay. Oh, see, they wrote it wrong. These guys. All right, if you're at Psalm chapter 1, anybody have on Psalm chapter 1 a psalm of somebody? Does it say that or no? Destiny's Bible doesn't. Yours does? Okay. It says a psalm of who? Psalm chapter 1. It doesn't. Psalm chapter 3 is the first one I have. Is that what you guys have? A psalm of David. You see where it says that right there? How many of you is psalm capitalized there? Everybody's is? Technically, you are not supposed to capitalize it there, all right? You can, it doesn't really matter, but since it is not necessarily the book name, you don't capitalize that there, but a Psalm of David. So when you read that, and we're going to get into this in just a little bit, Psalms are written by many different people. And so sometimes it will tell you, I like Psalm chapter 3. Who can read that heading for me? Psalm chapter 3. You guys are there. Brianna, can you read that for me nice and loud? Okay, I love that part because it gives you like a little bit of a background. A Psalm of David when he fled from Absalom, his son. Anybody know what that's talking about? What was that? What was going on there? Anybody remember? Yeah, Bella? Yeah. Yeah, Absalom is trying. So when it says he flees Absalom, he was leaving Jerusalem because his own son is taking over the kingdom and is going to try to kill him. So when I read Psalm chapter 3 with that in mind, there's a guy that wants to kill me for the crown, and it's my own son. It means a little bit more. It's like getting a background of a story. One of my favorite things about songs that you sing is getting a background to the story. There's a really old song called "It Is Well With My Soul." Anybody ever heard that before? "It Is Well With My Soul." That song, when you understand the meaning behind that song, it really changes. "It is well with my soul." Here's what it means. No matter what goes on, everything's going to be okay because I'm looking to God. And when you understand that the man that wrote that is a man by the name of Horatio Spafford, and he wrote that, where he wrote that at, tradition says, is midway in the Atlantic Ocean. And the reason he wrote that there is him and his family were going to Chicago. And last minute business things came up, he could not go. So he sent his wife and I believe 3 daughters on the ship. They already had it. He sent them and said, "I'm going to take care of this, and then I will follow you." There was an accident, and the boat went down. So he hears about the accident. He receives a wire from his wife, and it says 2 words: "Saved, alone." What does that mean? His 3 daughters perished in that accident. So he goes to meet his wife over in Chicago, and on his way there, the captain of the ship, he asked him to come down and tell him where they thought that the boat went down that was carrying his daughters. So he came and got him. He went above and was on the deck, and that's when he began to write, "It is well with my soul." To me, that makes it mean a lot more. Because now he's writing, and it's like, man, that's a tough time. For somebody to be able to say everything's okay during that. I'll give you one more, and I know more of the older ones. Christmas song. It's actually become my favorite Christmas song, and the only reason it's become my favorite Christmas song is because of the meaning, the story behind it. I heard the bells on Christmas Day. You guys ever heard that song? It's an old one. I heard the bells on Christmas Day. Their old familiar carol play of peace on earth, goodwill to men. It was actually written by a guy you would recognize, I believe, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. You guys ever heard of him before? A poet. He writes this song. His wife, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, is taking a nap. He wakes up to his wife coming to him, and her dress is caught on fire. And he tries to put it out and burns himself severely in the process, but his wife ends up dying. His oldest son, this is around 1860, his oldest son runs off and joins the Union Army. He gets word that his son has been severely injured. And what they would do back then is if they were well enough to make the trip, they would take them oftentimes back to Washington, D.C., where they would have maybe better hospitals and try to take care of them more. And so he goes to Washington, D.C., and he goes there and he meets his son. And I just want you to understand this because I think it's going to help you as we study the Psalms. I'm going to get the words to this song. And I think when you hear the words to this song, it's going to help you maybe understand when you first hear the words to the song, it doesn't really make sense. But then when you understand, listen to what he says in the 3rd verse. It says, "And in despair I bowed my head. There is no peace on earth, I said. For hate is strong and mocks the song of peace on earth, goodwill to men." Why is he saying that? Because he lives in a country that is torn apart by civil war. Do you understand? More people died in the Civil War, more Americans died than all the wars combined, because every casualty was an American casualty. And so when he's saying this, he's writing this on Christmas Day when his son is in the hospital, maybe going to die. His wife has just died recently. And the last verse is, or second to last says, "Then rang the bells more loud and deep. God is not dead, nor doth he sleep. The wrong shall fail, the right prevail, with peace on earth, goodwill to men." What is he saying there? Even though it looks very, very bad, God is not dead, nor doth he sleep. He's still in control. And so that's one of the neat things when you read in your Bible and it tells you, hey, this is a psalm of this person. Psalm chapter 51, we're going to look at that. And I think we already did. Psalm chapter 51, that is a psalm that of confession, of repentance. Somebody turn to Psalm chapter 51. Tell me when that was written. Read what it says right there. Psalm chapter 51. And read to me, it's a psalm of David, but give me the background. Anybody have that yet? When you have it, raise your hand and read it for me, okay? Brianna, you read that for me? Yes, just the part where it says a psalm of.
To the chief musician, a psalm of David, when Nathan the prophet came unto him after he had gone into Bathsheba.
So remember we talked about this? Remember David sins with Bathsheba? He has Uriah the Hittite killed, her husband, trying to hide his sin. And remember Nathan comes to him, tells him that story about that little lamb, that this guy only had one little lamb, and how the guy that had a lot of money took that lamb from him. And David's all upset. David's like, that man's going to die. And Nathan's like, you're the man. You're the one that this is all about. David realizes his sin is known. And when he repents to God, Psalm 51 is what he writes. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit in me. So what I'm trying to get you guys to understand, when you look at the background of this, it just opens your eyes more and helps maybe make a little bit more sense. Let me just go through this. Psalm 5, use the capital and singular form when referring to a particular psalm. So if I'm saying Psalm chapter 5, I don't say Psalms 5. I just say Psalm 5. If I am saying Psalms 6 through 10, because there are many of them, I would say that. And let me just help you, because it's not like you're going to get taken off or anything like that. I'm just trying to help you understand. If I were to say we are going to sing we're going to sing song 5. Would I say we're singing songs 5? No, it's a singular, right? So you would say song 5. If I were going to say we're going to sing songs 6 through 10, it's plural, right? So then you use the plural now. It's just a little thing, and it doesn't really matter, but I wanted you to be aware of it. Maybe some of you enjoy the grammar part, all of that. Okay. How many psalms are there? Who knows? Without looking. Anybody know? Yeah. Not quite. There are, well, it's not going to work. Let me just do this then. There are 150 psalms. 150 psalms. Most chapters of any book in the Bible. By the way, this is not your largest book in the Bible. We'll look at that, because a lot of these psalms are very, very small. Some of them are like a couple of verses. It has the most books in the Bible, and it also is going to have your longest chapter in the entire Bible. Anybody know what your longest chapter in the entire Bible is? Yeah? Psalm 119. Psalm 119 is your longest. It is divided into 5 books. So you have the Psalms, there are 150, and it is going to be divided into 5 books. So let's look at those divisions. Well, first off, let me give you a definition. Psalm, a song of praise, often accompanied by music. And again, I think we've already talked about this. When we come to Psalms here, we have to understand that most of these would have been put to music. So a lot of times people would sing these. Even today, I enjoy, I don't know if you guys have ever heard there are times people put out CDs and stuff where they're singing the Psalms. Again, it's different today because our language is different than the Hebrew that it was written in. So it doesn't sound maybe the same. But there's a lot, it's just a great, great book of praising God. And let me tell you why Psalms is one of my favorite. It's a book where you see somebody who is completely real with God. One of the things that if we're not careful for in our Christian life, we become professional Christians. What does that mean? We know what to say. Right? Anybody ask us, hey, how you doing? I'm doing great. But inside we're hurting. Now, I'm not saying to be the Eeyore person. You guys know what Eeyore, like Eeyore was the one that would always find the negative in everything. There are some people like that, right? Anybody know somebody you don't want to ask them how they're doing? Right? If you ask them how they're doing, well, the world's about to end, and and all, like they're always negative. We don't want to be that. But we also don't have to just put on the face and just act like everything's all right. There should be some good friends, some people that you trust that you can just be honest with, and when you're going through something, just talk to them about it. And in Psalms, we see David. In Psalms, we're going to look at David says, God, why are you so far from me? He's praying to God, and he says, God, where are you? You ever felt like that? He's just honest. And I love that part about it. But a psalm is a song of praise. Now, let's quickly look at these divisions. Psalm chapter 1 through verse 41. And you don't have to write these in. I'm just going to explain. Some people believe that how they divide this is they divide these into the first 5 books of the Bible. And the theme of the first 5 books of the Bible is sort of the theme that you see from the first division. So Genesis is the first book of the Bible. Some people say if you take Psalms chapter 1 through chapter 41 and look at that, it's like looking at Genesis and studying man. That's what some people, again, don't have to know this for sure. It's not like you're going to have a quiz over it. But that is what some people will believe. So the second part, Psalm chapter 42 to 72, they believe you can look at Exodus here. And the theme of these chapters are deliverance. 73 to 89, Leviticus, which Leviticus deals with worship. They believe you can look at that. 90 to 106, Numbers. This deals with the earth. And 107 to 150 is Deuteronomy, deals with the word. Again, these are not things you're going to be quizzed over or anything like that. I'm just trying to give you a little bit of a background to this. Now, we're going to look at, they call them the composers. These are the people that wrote many of the Psalms. David, we believe, wrote the most Psalms. Author of 75 Psalms. David. Remember, David's a musician. Somebody raise your hand. I know you guys are writing in, but maybe before you... How do we know David's a musician? How do we know that? Yeah, Aaron. He played the harp, remember? When Saul. Remember when Saul, he wants some music played, and back then you couldn't just put your headphones in and listen to music. You had to have somebody play it. They call David. Can I tell you something interesting? How many of you, when you imagine David playing the harp, you imagine like this huge harp? You guys imagine? Isn't that what you imagine? That's what I always imagine. More than likely, it's not that. It actually could be something like a one of those mouth harp type things. It could be. We don't know that for sure. But think about it. Where did David learn how to play the harp? It says he learned when he was out there with the sheep. Do you think he's carrying one of those huge harps with him out there with the sheep? Probably not. Okay, so more than likely it's not. When I always saw pictures of it, it's like this huge, beautiful harp that he would be there playing, and it could be something like that. But I'll tell you one more thing about David, and this they told us in Israel. David, remember, he's going to go out and battle Goliath. Why does he say he can go battle Goliath? What has he already done? He's killed what? A bear and what? A lion. When I imagine that lion, I'm imagining like the huge lion, which again, it could have been. More than likely, our guide said it was a mountain lion. Okay, is more than likely what it was. So it's not like the huge lion like that you go see at the zoo, but in that area, mountain lions are much more prevalent, and so it was probably something like a mountain lion. So just sometimes when we read it, our mind, for me, it automatically pictures something. Maybe it's not the case, but David. Asaph, David's choir director, wrote 12 Psalms. Well, that only makes sense if he's a choir director. He's going to know a little bit about music. He writes 12. The sons of Korah wrote 11 psalms. Oh, man. Anybody know who Korah is in the Bible? Anybody know who Korah is? Korah leads a rebellion against Moses. Remember, they're there, and Korah's like, Moses, I don't think you should be in charge anymore. I'm going to be in charge. And Moses says, okay, will you bring your people out? We'll come here. God will choose who is in charge. Anybody remember what happens? The ground opens up and swallows them up. That's what the Bible says. So when you see sons of Korah, these are the sons, the family of a man that tried to rise up against God. But even though the sins of the father, they continue to follow after. So sons of Korah. Solomon wrote 2 psalms. Solomon, we know who he is, of course. Heman and Ethan wrote 1 psalm each. And if you look there, you guys can do this research if you're interested in it. It tells you which psalm that they wrote. You can go look up a little bit there. Moses wrote the oldest psalm, Psalm chapter 90. So they ask, what is the total number of psalms composed by the preceding men? Now, I don't want you to have to do too much math here early in the morning. So let me, I didn't give you those last ones. I'm sorry. Heman and Ethan wrote 1 psalm each. Sorry, I thought it was all on that page. My bad. And Moses wrote the oldest psalm. And the total number of psalms composed by the preceding men is 103. See, if I wanted to be like really mean, I could have made you guys try to add all those together, and then you would have had to do math, and just would have ruined your day. I don't want to do that. So there's 150 psalms, and 103 of them we know who wrote them. That leaves us with 47 we do not know the author. 47 are anonymous psalms. And all that means is we do not know the author. Now, what I want to do is get out a piece of paper. I'm going to help you more with this tomorrow. But I want you guys to look at something. A psalm is a poem. I think some of you said you enjoy poems. Some of you said you write poems. Here's an easy one, right? Roses are red, violets are blue. Here's what I want you to think about. We're going to work on writing a song. Writing a song of praise to God. Okay? Here's what we're going to use. We're going to use the poem. I want you guys to write this down. Write this down. Roses are red. Right? You guys, I think most of you will remember that. Roses are red. Everyone should have a piece of paper out writing it down. Roses are red. Violets are blue. Roses are red, violets are blue. Sugar is sweet. Sugar is sweet. I don't even know if, is this how it actually goes? That's what I thought too. I don't know. Maybe this is different. To be honest with you, the only part I remember is roses are red, violets are blue.
And then you can just cut whatever.
Yes, it is. It is. Okay, roses are red, violets are blue. Sugar is sweet, and so are you. Sugar is sweet, and so are you. Now, that's not the poem you're writing because I've already given it to you. All right, let me just read it one more time so that you have it. Roses are red, violets are blue. Sugar is sweet, and so are you. So instead of that, here's what I want you guys to work on. And I just want to see if we can be creative how we do on this. I want you to write in, God is, write a blank. So below that, write, God is, and then I would skip a line and write, Jesus is. God is, Jesus is, then have a blank, write is, and another blank. Blank is and another blank. And your last one, and so are, or you could use is, depending on what, if you want a singular or plural noun that you're going to use it. And so are is blank. So you see how I basically just took that from roses are red, violets are blue? So here's what, again, this is not something, I'm not going to like grade you guys hard on this or anything like that, all right? Don't worry about that. I just want to see creativity here. Some of you, you enjoy the creative part. Some of you are maybe like me and being creative is not your favorite thing to do. I understand that. But I want you, we're going to do this, let's check it on Wednesday, we're going to check this, and I'm actually going to collect them and read them, okay? I'm going to collect them and read them. Sort of what I've done before. I'm not going to say the name of the person, okay? I'm not going to rat you out unless, who was the one that wrote there? Nico, yes. Remember, what was that? I forget what, that was one reporter thing, and I wasn't going to say his name, and then he wrote it in the paper there. So if you write it in there, I guess I will say it, but as long as you don't write it in there, I won't say it. Just be creative. Try to do your best to make up a poem here. We're going to call this a psalm. Now, here's what would be great. If you would come in front of the class and sing it. Any volunteers for that? Any volunteers? I mean, if you don't, then I'm just going to have to sing all of them, and that'll hurt your ears. I'm just telling you. But no, I won't sing them. But I will. I'm going to read them on Wednesday. Just want to see if you just be creative with it. Think of ways. Again, what is a psalm? What was our definition of psalm? Remember? What did you guys put down? Look on page 131. What is the definition of psalm? Somebody raise your hand and tell me. Brianna? Let me go back to it. Okay, a song of praise, often accompanied by music. So you're not going to have the music, but you're writing a song or a poem of praise. That's what you're working on right there. Any questions on that? All right, if there are no questions, there's the bell. I was just asking if the bell has gone off. You guys can be dismissed, and we will see you tomorrow. Try to survive the snowstorm out there. It's rough. It's rough. I mean, I don't want you guys like getting stuck in the snowdrift or something like that. That's online. Hopefully you got all that. I think I got all of you that are here. Hopefully you did get the poem. That is, go ahead and send that over to me on Wednesday as well, just so I make sure that you are doing the work that you need to. Today, though, if you have not given me your assignments for last week, I have to get those today for you to have credit for them. Please make sure to send them over. All right? Thank you so much.
Midst of thee, with violence thou hast
Anna, you want to start passing it out? I want to give you as much time today as possible. I will give you 5. Hey, I'll give you 5 minutes to look it over. When you pass them out, turn them upside down. Okay. Okay, DLs. Okay, ladies, that's enough. Review your sheet. Okay, DLs. It is test day. Test 5, I believe, right? That's what we're on, correct? Test 5, yep. Okay, DLs. Shh. Please, stop. Okay, DLs test 5. So, we're going to start that here in just a few minutes. They're looking over their sheets. Numbers 53 through the essay. Okay? 53 through essay are extra credit. 53 through essay are extra credit. So, mark those accordingly. Shh. Chase, please stop. Short 1 test?
You can have mine.
No.
Okay.
You know how to run the copiers? You can go here or up there. Okay, would you go do it real quick? 25. That would be quicker, yeah. Okay, DL, sorry about that. Oh, hold on, whoa. Emma, did you get another test today? Did you get yours back? What's that?
I gave her one and she told me that Jerry took it.
Okay. Because I was just thinking that may have been our extra or missing one. Okay, sorry, DLs. Go ahead and start your test whenever you're ready. I'm just going to sign off. And we will probably take tomorrow to do this again. So you have it's a 2-day test because I don't want to rush you all in doing it. Okay? So we'll see you. See you tomorrow. And, or maybe not even tomorrow. Okay? Actually, DLs, I'm not even going to come on tomorrow to introduce this. So just plan on no online class tomorrow, okay, because of the test. Okay? See you later.
All right, guys, let's get started. First, let's take out our grammar books. I'll take our literature quiz at the end. But that does not mean that you guys can be reading the story during class. You should have read it over the weekend. Okay? That's literature. Go ahead and turn to your homework, page 95 in the green book and page 113 in the blue book. Exercise E and F. This is for review for your test on Friday. Okay, we have a test over units 1 through 5 on Friday, so make sure you guys are reviewing for that. Page 95 in the green book and page 113 in the blue book. Let's go over exercise E and F. Okay, exercise E and F. You were labeling italicized verbs as present, past, future, present perfect, past perfect, or future perfect. Okay? So just a quick review. What helper verbs can we see with present perfect? What helper verbs can we see with present perfect, class? Okay, have or has. Everyone should be participating. The words have or has should be with present perfect. What helper verb can we see with past perfect, class? What was it, Hudson? Had. Okay, we're a little weak. Does that mean we didn't do our homework? Okay, so you should be following along. Had is our past perfect helper verb. Okay, what is our future perfect verb? Good. Will have or shall have. That's how we identify our tense. Okay, how do I know the differences between future and future perfect? What does future have or future perfect have that future doesn't, class? Okay, the past, not the past participle, but the word have. Okay, so notice future is only will or shall. Future perfect is will have or shall have. Okay, so let's go over these ones. Look at number 1 in the green book. Trisha planned a special meal for Friday. Number 1, what is that? Planned. What tense, Aaron? Planned. Tomorrow I will planned to do something. Today I planned to do something. Not present. Who can help him? Brianna? This one's past, okay? Trisha planned a special meal for, so she already did, okay? Present would be Trisha plans or Trisha is planning, okay? But then there'll be a different variation of present. Okay, number 1 in the blue book. Our family will go to the Grand Canyon for our vacation. Jasmine? Not perfect, just future. Okay? Notice there isn't the word have there. Okay, so it'd be will go would be future. So will have gone would be future perfect, but will go is still future. Okay? Number 2, by tomorrow, Charlotte will have done 2 loads of laundry. Erica? Future perfect. Notice how my will have is there. Okay? Will have is future perfect. Number 2 in the blue book, we have visited the Grand Canyon once before. We have visited. Joey, you want to give me that one? Have visited. Okay. Not past. Present perfect. Okay. Because remember with present perfect, it's have or has as my helper verb. Number 3, Rich and Evelyn had given $50 to the missionary. Micah? Past perfect. There's my helper verb again with the word had. Number 3, we did very little sightseeing because of rainy weather. What is the word did? Jason? Not present. Okay, this one would be past. Okay? Past is the word did. That's something you did before. Number 4, Jerry helps his neighbor with his yard work when he can. Tyler? Present. Awesome. This time, we hope to travel down into the canyon. Bella? Present. Good. In 2016, the Chicago Cubs won the World Series for the first time in 108 years. Eliana? What is the tense of won? It is past. Awesome. Okay. Number 5, when we reach the Grand Canyon, we will have traveled through 4 different states. Will have traveled. What is that one? Destiny? Good. Future perfect. Number 6, Beth hopes she will go to the opera next week. She hopes we will go to the opera next week. Cody, give me that one. What is hopes? Not perfect. There's no helper verb there, so we know it's either past, present, or future, or past or present. No, past or present. Hopes. Good. It is present. She's currently hoping. Okay, number 6, we had planned to stop for 1 day in each state, but our plans have changed. Had planned. Bella? What was it? Past perfect. Awesome. Let's go through exercise F really quickly. Number 1, Santiago snuck or sneaked in and sat or sat on the back row of class. Class? Santiago sneaked in and sat or sat on the back row of class. Same thing, since he was late for class, John sneaked in and sat in the back row. That's number 1 for both books. You were late this morning? That's surprising since you're usually the first one here. Number 2, Zacchaeus, I'm going to look at this one. Zacchaeus repented of his sin and gave or given back the money he had taken or took from the people. Class, what is Zacchaeus repented of his sin and gave back the money he had taken from the people. You don't say had took from the people, you said had taken from the people. That's number 2 in both books. Number 3 in the Green Book, the wind blown or blew so strongly that several trees fell or fallen during the night. Class, the wind blew so strongly that several trees fell during the night. The half-starved dog attacked or attacked the meat hungrily and ate or ate it quickly. The half-starved dog, what class? Attacked the meat hungrily and ate it quickly. That was number 4 as well. Number 3 in the Green Book is number 4 in the Blue Book. The wind has blew so strongly that several trees have fallen or have fell. This one, the wind has blown so strongly that the trees have fallen. Number 3 in the Green Book, the wind blew so strongly. Just make sure you're watching your helper verbs there. Okay, number 5. Same thing. Jesus wept or wept before he rose or raised Lazarus from the dead. Class, Jesus wept before he rose or raised, class, raised Lazarus from the dead. Okay, he placed him up, or he put them, or he caused him to go up. Okay, that was number 4 as well in the Green Book. Jesus wept because of the sin of his people. Number 5, Mrs. Foster laid the pizza on the table. Class, what was it? Laid. Good. Mrs. Foster laid. Remember, laid with the D is the past form of lay, which means to put or place down. Lay is the past form of lie, which means to recline. So make sure you guys are watching that. The pizza on the table, but before she returned with the plates, the boys had eaten or eaten. Class? Eaten most of it. Number 6 in the Blue Book, he ran or run his car off the road. Ran or run, class? Ran his car off the road and lay or laid in the ditch for several hours before he was found. Class? Lay. This one would be just with the Y. Okay, the reason why, remember, the past of lie is lay. Okay? Number 7, actually 6 in the green book, Misty never swum or swims alone. Swum or swims, class. Swims alone because she is afraid that she might drowned or drown. Class? Drown. Okay, she might drown. It does not make any sense. Number 7, same thing. He had swum alone many times, or had swam alone many times. But the last time he swam alone, he almost drowned. Not drowned. Number 7, because Alexander uses his time well, playing sports will not affect or effect his grades, class. Affect. Okay, affect means to influence, so playing sports will not influence his grades because he uses his time well. That's also number 8 in the blue book. The hyena attacked or attacked it, class. Attacked the small animal and ate or ate. Ate it quickly. Max better or had better come in from the cold if he does not want to take sick or become ill. Better or had better, class? Had better come in from the cold if he does not want to become ill. Number 10, Pat isn't or ain't ready to go yet, class. Isn't. And then number 9 was also the same as number 5. Mother laid the pizza on the table, but before she returned with the plates, the boys, or we, had eaten most of it. Okay? Exercise G. Okay, cross out each incorrect verb form, write the correction above it. Okay? Number 1, can I bring Grandpa some cookies before or when we go tomorrow? Or can I bring my teacher some of these homemade cookies when I go to school? Okay? Can I bring Grandpa some cookies? Can I bring my teacher some cookies? What do we need to change there? Let's go with Chase. Where's your grammar book? Why didn't you say anything? You're just going to sit there and not do anything? Didn't look like it. Okay, number 1. All right, tell me what I need to change here. Can I bring my teacher some of these homemade cookies when I go to school? What's my rule with the word can and bring? Okay, who can help him out? Jaden? Okay, change can to may. May I, and then what would I change there? Anything else? Who can help her out? Jasmine? Sorry? Change what? Not exactly. That one's fine, Ari. Bring to take. Remember when you're sending something away from you, it's take. When it's coming towards you, it's bring. So if you're taking, or if you're doing the cookies or whatever to somebody else, you're taking it to them. Okay? You're not bringing it to them, you're taking it to them. May I take my teacher, or may I take Grandpa some cookies? Number 2 in the green book, leave me finish folding the clothes, then I'll bring you to the park. Brianna, what do I change here? Change leave to let. What else do I change here? Aaron? Change bring to take. Good. Someone better learn me how to study or I ain't going to pass. Clearly. Let's go with Joey. Good. Someone better teach me how to study or I ain't going to pass. Class, what do we change there? Or I am not going to pass. Good. Number 3, Caleb used to could run track. First of all, that's what we need to be changed there. Caleb used to could run track. Let's go with Tyler. What do I change there? Good. Change could to be able to. Caleb used to be able to run track, but since he injured his knee, he ain't able to compete anymore. Class, what do we change there? He isn't. Good. He is not able to compete. Leave me rest for a while and I'll bring you to the park. Again, that's kind of number 2 in the green book. We need to let me rest for a while and I'll take you to the park. Look at number 4 in the blue book. I didn't go to set on the wet paint. Jason, what do I change there? Set to sit. Good. Didn't go to is I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to sit on the wet paint. Number 4, I didn't go to spill the water, Alyssa cried. What do we change there? Chase? Good. You didn't mean to spill the water. You didn't intend to spill the water. Anything of those would work. Number 5, Mr. Brown used to could run track, but he ain't very fast now. Kind of the same thing as number 3. In the green book, what do we change? Used to, could to, class? Used to be able to run track, but he ain't. What do we change? Ain't. Isn't very fast now. Number 6, actually number 5 in the green book, Morgan and Timothy wanted on the bus, but they missed it at their stop. Wanted on the bus, Emma. Wanted to get on the bus, but they missed it at their stop. Number 6, I'm going to learn my Irish setter to lay down and to set still. What do we change here, Bella? Learn to teach. I'm going to teach my Irish setter to lay down and to set still or to sit still. Okay, this one actually would be lie down. Okay, I'm going to teach my Irish setter to lie down and to set still. And then number 7, I'm just going to give it quickly. He wanted to get off the carousel before he became ill from going round and round. Okay? Tonight for homework, do page 114, exercise A and B. Page 114, exercise A and B. We are starting review for our test for Friday. Exercise A and B, we're working on capitalization and the sentence, okay? Capitalization and punctuation. So you're crossing out anything that needs to be capitalized and writing a capitalized letter above it. Any punctuations that's needed, so any end marks. If you need to underline or italicize the titles of works, any quotation marks, okay? Anything that goes there that you need to add. Same thing on page number 96, exercise A and B in the green book. The sentences, you need to identify sentences as sentences if they're a complete sentence, fragment if they're not a complete sentence, and then run on if there are a bunch of sentences all mixed together. Okay? Exercise A and B, page 114, and then also 96. All right, go ahead and put that away. Take out your vocab. You should have turned in your list 12 words twice. So if you have not done that already, please do that at the end of class, okay, or during class, sure. At the end of class, list 12 vocab twice, but everyone go ahead and turn to exercise B. Exercise B on page number 33. Good. Did we already do exercise A? All right, let's do exercise A together. Okay, exercise A. Go ahead and work on these. Yes. Tonight's spelling homework is to do, it's just to study. Our quiz is on Wednesday. Okay, everybody mark that down. It's not tomorrow, it's on Wednesday. Okay. Quiz is on Wednesday. We have a literature test on Thursday, and then actually, I'll give you an option. Okay. Should we have our spelling quiz tomorrow, and then that opens us up for lots of review on Wednesday for literature and grammar? Or should we still have our test or our quiz on Wednesday? Okay, you want it for tomorrow? Is everybody ready for it tomorrow? Okay, so then everyone needs to study for your quiz tomorrow. Okay, that way we can study for literature on Wednesday because our test is on Thursday, and we'll review for that. And then that'll give us also plenty of time to study for grammar, which is on Friday. I'll write all of our test dates on the board after class. Okay, let's do number 1. The young man eagerly blank his recent engagement, or the young man blank to all his new engagement. Okay, what is number 1? Ari? Proclaimed. Good. The young man proclaimed to all his new engagement. Number 2, the costume jewelry was too blank to wear with the elegant dress. So it's an elegant dress, and apparently she doesn't want to wear the costume jewelry, so what word would be the opposite of elegant? Tyler? Gaudy, okay, or gaudy. Tastelessly fine, showy. Number 3, children may show blank when their friends are near, but when they're alone, or when alone, their courage often fails. Okay, so they have courage when their friends are near. What's another name for courage? Cody? Bravado. Joey, where's the list that I printed out for you? I did because I gave it to you, Eliana, and Kayla. So that means you didn't write any of your homework if you didn't have this list? Huh? That's what you should be looking at right now, okay? Number 4, when the business went bankrupt, it blanked its inventory to settle its debts. Micah? It liquidated its inventory. That means to settle debts by selling off assets. Number 5, the blank head is a crown of glory if it be found in the way of righteousness. So what word is referring to the head? Ari? Not that one. Okay. When it's talking about this certain type of person, if you found in the way of righteousness, crown of glory, we're thinking about someone who's very wise, righteous, maybe someone that we look like that is seasoned per se. John? Not that one. That's what Ari just said. Aaron? Hoary. Good. White or gray haired. Okay, the hoary head is a crown of glory if it be found in the way of righteousness, talking about whoever has lived their life for Christ. Number 6, with great blank, they waited to hear who had won the World Series. Class? Good. Anticipation or expectation. Okay, they were waiting, expectation. All right, if you guys read the sentence, it'll give you clues to what the word means. Number 7, he made a blank attempt to rescue the child. If he's rescuing a child, he has to be brave. So what's another name for this? Good, valiant, brave, or courageous. Number 8, the airplane encountered blank air currents. What was that, class? Turbulent, violently agitated or disturbed. I hate turbulent airplane rides. I do. Well, you're literally floating in the middle of the sky. So, huh? I understand that, but I mean, number 10, the Lord promised, actually number 9, sorry, successful businessmen can blank others into action, or successful businessmen can blank others to succeed as well. Class? Galvanize, they can stimulate or motivate others to action. Literally the definition there. Number 10, the Lord promised the Israelites that if they would hearken to his voice, he would make them blank in goods and productive in childbearing. Plenteous in goods, abundant, plentiful. Oh, I find this kind of funny how they give a definition of plenteous, plentiful. Awesome. Okay, so tonight, study list number 12. We will have that quiz tomorrow. Okay, are there any questions about that? All right, so tonight, study for your quiz tomorrow. Those of you that's learning, study for your vocab quiz tomorrow over list number 12. Do the exercises in your grammar. I'll write that down in the chat. All right, let's go ahead and prepare for our quiz. Prepare for our quiz in literature. Those of you in distant learning, I sent it to you. Natalie, I did not know, and Cheyenne, I didn't know that you were going to be distant learning today. So you're going to have to take that when you come back to class, okay? Or you can just write an email and I'll send it to you, but make sure that you know that you're going to take it when you come back. All right. Our quiz is over pages 152. Where is it? 152 to obviously the end of Nothing Ever Happens. It says 159 on the page, but I just realized that was the first page of the next story, so obviously 158. But yeah, so just in review, we talked about this the other day. What country was Phil and his uncle and his aunt class? Good. Okay, so remember who helped them with the water? What was the name of the boy that helped them with the water? Good. Okay, and then in Nothing Ever Happens, you just have to read, like you would have had to read the story that was over your reading on Friday. So go ahead and clear your desk, and we will take this quiz. For those of you in distant learning, we are just taking our quiz. So, okay, give me 1 second, sorry. We're taking our quiz, and then we will be done for today. So, just turn in your quiz by the end of the day. Like I said, for those of you in distant learning, Natalie and Cheyenne, you're going to have to take that when you come back, okay?
All right, welcome to pre-algebra. We're going to get started. I am aware there's nothing on the screen that's intentional. It's a black screen at the moment. All right, if you have not yet turned in your homework, please make sure that you do so. Bella? Yeah, I need the section number. Please make sure if you're turning it on paper, you give me your name and section number. All right, and then you guys need to get out your books and go to 4.6 on page 176. Page 176. Name, please. Name and section number, and if you're not done, turn it in. Thank you. All right, we're on 4.6, proportions and algebra, okay? So let's say we have an equation something like 5 over x is equal to 9 over 3. Okay, in this case, because we're set up in a proportion like this, we can do something called cross multiply, okay, where we can go through and we can multiply the outside edges, okay? So we can get 9 times x is equal to 5 times 3. All right, so that's, yes, and then from here we can go ahead and solve. We get 9x is equal to 15, and then what do? Nope. Divide by 9. You say that like it's a bad thing. Then x is equal to, wait, I did something off. No, that's right. That's perfectly right. Oh yeah, that's all kinds of possible in algebra. All right, what do we get? When I reduce, what do I get, guys?
6, 9 for 1 1/3.
They're both divisible by 3. You get 5 thirds, guys. 5 thirds. Okay, it would be 1 2/3. I don't know where y'all are getting 1 1/3, but anyway, I didn't hear it. Sorry. All right, so that's the idea. So let's consider example 4.6a. Example 4.6a. We have 5 over 1/2 is equal to 20 over x. Yes, this is not a problem at all. So we're going to combine these two and these two. It doesn't matter which side of the equal sign they end up on, so I always write the one with the x on the left, just because it's easier. And then this is going to equal 1/2 of 20. Okay? What's half of 20? 10. So 5x is equal to 10. How do I get rid of the 5? So we're going to divide both sides by 5. X equals 2. All right? Any questions so far? All right, does this look familiar? Because I know you guys have done this in years past, and I know, in fact, Mrs. Larson teaches it this way. So, we're good? Cool. Because she asked me, is there any benefit to learning it the other way? I'm like, nope. She's like, okay, cool. All right, so. Now time to ramp this up just a lot. All right, proportion word problems. Okay, yeah. That's how this works. The method for solving proportion word problems is very similar to the method for solving algebraic word problems. The main difference is that the algebraic equation will be in the form of a proportion. Just like when solving any other word problem, first read the problem carefully to get the facts, then identify the unknowns and decide how to set up the proportion. Each ratio in the proportion must compare to the same type of items. For example, consider the following situation. And if you guys are with me, follow along in the book on pages 176 and 177. There you guys can see the example, and then we'll do example 4.6b on the board. The ratio of boys to girls in the 8th grade class is 4 to 5. If there are 16 boys, how many girls are in the class? Well, this problem gives the ratio of boys to girls and the number of boys in the class. It asks for the number of girls. To set up the proportion, first set up the ratio on the left to match the ratio given by the problem, 4 boys to 5 girls. Then we set up the second proportion, or second ratio to represent the actual amounts. Remember, each ratio in the proportion must compare the same types of the items. Since the antecedent of the first was boys, the antecedent of the second must also be boys. Remember, antecedent is the top or first term, consequent is after. Okay, because consequent comes after you do something. Antecedent, it comes before the thing. All right. Once this is set up, you find out that there are 20 girls. Now, I will point this out. This is the key to doing proportion word problems. In this example, we were given it's 4 boys to 5 girls. And we were told that there are 16 boys in the class. Notice then that we use some sort of variable to represent girls. Now, you don't necessarily write out the units, okay? But in your head, you should go, okay, boys to girls is boys to girls. It has to be in the same order. Because if it's not in the same order, you're doing it wrong. Okay? Make sense? All right. And then, of course, solving this really quickly gave us 20. All right. I'm not emphasizing this one. Let's look at example B. All right. Jasmine drew a map of her backyard with a scale of 1 inch equals 3 foot. So there's my equivalency. I'm going to have 1 inch to 3 feet. Okay? That's going to be the idea. If one side of her backyard is 21 feet long, what is the length of the line representing it on the map? Okay, so the length we're given here, 21 feet long, is that representative of real life or the scale? The real life. Okay, we're not drawing a 21-foot long line. Okay, so we're going to put 21 feet down here. That means my scale in inches will be up here. Does that make sense? And we're going to kind of ignore the units. Okay, the units are only there to help us set it up right. Good? Cool. When we find the scale, of course, it's going to be in inches. All right, so we're going to end up with 3s equals 21. Do you guys see how we're getting that? Okay, we're going to multiply these two pieces to get this, and then the other two to get 21. All right, so we get 3s equals 21. We can divide both sides by 3. And s is equal to 7. Now, real quick, 7 what? Inches. Good. Be careful of the temptation to try to put feet or something like that, okay? Especially if it's a scale drawing. Okay. 7-inch line is a lot different from a 7-foot line. You would need a lot of paper. About 7 sheets. But anyway. Not quite. Actually, you would need 8 sheets. Sorry, my bad. It's about 11 inches long. Yeah, anyway. Unless it's loose paper, then it's 10.5 for some horrible reason. All right, moving on. Now, in some cases, and this is something you guys have to watch out for because they're going to start doing this to you guys a lot. In some cases, the ratio given does not match what is needed to solve the problem. Consider the following situation. Rick bought pencils and pens in the ratio of 5 to 2. So that means that this ratio in this example is 5 pencils to 2 pens, right? Okay? If Rick bought 15 pencils, okay, so is that going to go on top or bottom? Top. How many total writing instruments did he buy? Is that comparing like to like? No. So there's 2 ways to do this. One is to figure out how many total in the ratio. So 5 plus 2 is 7. So I could make this 7 utensils, okay, and find it that way. That's fine. Or I can find pens and then add it to pencils at the end. It honestly doesn't matter. There's 2 ways. So I could do this and then put an X here, or you look confused. We're making it part to whole. Okay. Or the alternative we could do is 5 pencils. Oops, that's going to get cut off on stream. 5 pencils to 2 pens. And this gives me 15 pencils to X pens. And then no, I'm going to have to do addition at the end. Okay? Now, of the 2, personally, I favor the first method. Okay? You can do this, and then this would tell you how many pens. And then at the end, you would take pens plus 15 for your answer. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, let me show it both ways so you guys can see what I'm talking about.
Right, so you added 5 plus 2 pens.
To get 7 total utensils.
Can you use just writing instruments?
That's fine. All right. Okay. All right, listen up. Whoops. Guys, stop talking. Okay. Now, real quick, let me solve this left one so you guys can see what I mean. Usually it's easier to do the addition at the beginning. So we're going to start out here, and we'll do 7 times 15, and we get? You know what? I'm just going to do 7 times 15. No, not even a little bit. Nope. All right. And then we're going to have 5x. All right. So first of all, we're going to have 5x equals...
Calculator. Really? I skipped the 7 when I added. I did 7 times 5.
Okay, I'm hearing multiple different answers, and I'm also hearing talking. So first of all, Joey, come sit over here, because that's twice in under 2 minutes that I've had to tell you to stop. You and Jasmine cannot handle sitting next to each other, so let's not. No, I don't want to hear it. If I wanted to hear it, I'd let you sit there. Okay, that's where you're supposed to be anyway, right? So let's stay there, or you and I are going to have issues in future classes. Am I clear? Okay, no coming back over here. Now. Yes. Okay, now, that gives us 105 here. I was just verifying because I didn't know what number to trust. All right, we're going to divide both sides by 5.
21.
X is equal to 21 total utensils, or 21 total, yeah, utensils is what I'm going to write. I don't care. Yeah, well, you guys will get over it because it's also appropriate for this scenario. Silence. Thank you. Excuse me. I'm talking, you're not. Yeah. Okay. Now, that's one way to do it. The other way, and it's perfectly valid, but this is the way I prefer because then you get to x equals, you can circle it and you can move on. It helps like reduce the possibility of you accidentally circling the wrong thing and moving on. That's why I tend to prefer this way. However, if you were to do it the other way, and I'm going to kind of run through this one, you end up with 5x. You get 2 times 15. All right, so we get 30. We get 5x. We divide both sides by 5. Please stop talking. X equals 6. That's 6 pens, though. So you have to do plus 15 in order to get to your 21 total. Okay, so either you do the addition at the beginning or at the end. I personally advise the beginning so that way your ratio sets up what you need. Bella. You read the question? No. You read the question. It tells you. Listen. Rick bought pencils and pens in the ratio of 5 to 2. So that's 5 pencils, 2 pens, right? If Rick bought 15 pencils, how many total writing utensils did he buy? I know I need a total, not pencils to pens. Does that make sense? So because I know I need a total, that's how I know to add. Does that make sense? So that's the issue there. All right, example C. A soccer team played 35 games last season. If the ratio of games won to games lost was 4 to 3, how many games did the team lose? So first of all, let's represent the ratio we were given. We have 4 won to 3 lost, right? Except I'm given a total. So, you know what, let's deal with that one piece at a time. Okay, now I want a total, so this is not going to just be a... If it's 4 won to 3 lost, and I'm asking how many games did the team lose, do I care how many they won? No. Okay, so how many total games are represented by this ratio? If I've got 4 to 3, 7. Okay, so I'm going to say then 3 lost games to 7 total games. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. And so we're not going to use the 4 to 3 directly at all. And that's fine. Again, you could do it the other way, but I'm not getting into that. Okay, I'm only going to show it one way here. So now that 3 to 7 is going to be 3 lost to 7 games. Now, I don't know how many they lost. That's kind of what I'm solving for. How many total games did they play? 35. Okay, so now let's go through and we'll have 3 times 35. We'll do that in a minute. And then 7 times x, so we'll have 7x equals 3 times 35. I don't know about you guys, that's not happening in my head. Is that 105 again? So help me. Really? I don't know. All right, so we get 7x equals 105. Divide both sides by 7. Oops, I didn't do this. Hold on. Divide by 7, divide by 7, and we get 35. No, that's not right. 7 goes into 10 once. Yeah, so 7 goes in there 15 times. Okay, so 15 lost is the correct answer. Okay, which means they won 20, by the way. 35 minus 15, real fast. All right, any questions on this? Cool, all this should be vaguely familiar. Good? All right, I'm not going to keep going over practice problems or things like that. Instead, I'm going to go straight to assigning your homework. Your homework tonight, you know what, let me double check and look it up because I don't remember off the top of my head. That's not what I meant to do, but it will work. Okay. My school works. Lesson plans, because I don't have my clipboard today. Guys, quiet down. I don't know why you're out of your chair, either of you. Okay, I will let you guys know when you guys are done. Okay, but you guys are in my class, let's start acting like it, please. I didn't write it down at all. Sweet. All right, so homework 4.6. Let's do evens. No, odds. I normally assign odds in this class. Sorry. Homework 4.6 odds. I'm going to cut it down. Just due to, oh goodness. Give me a minute. I accidentally took off multi-screen. Why? Why are you like this? Okay. There we go. All right, homework 4.6, numbers 1 through 28, odds, is your homework tonight. This is due tomorrow. I'm sure it's on Google Classroom. Is it? Okay. Did I put odds? All right, I'll look real quick. Nope, that's the wrong class. No, that is the right class. I did not. I will edit those instructions right now. Oh, right. Okay. Discard. I have to do it on the desktop. No, that's only on reviews. Always and forever. Cool. All right, so you guys are completing 4.6 odds. Just a real quick heads up of what's coming up. Again, your Chapter 4 Review C, it will be due on Wednesday. So you guys may want to get started on that. You'll have tomorrow to work on it in class. Again, we skipped B intentionally. You'll have Quiz 15 over 4.4 to 4.5 on Wednesday as well, so make sure that you're prepared for that. And Test 4 over Chapter 4 will be Thursday, Friday. All right? Any questions? Cool. You guys have a great day.
All right, shh. Everyone, masks on, quiet. We need to start our notes. Yes, sir. Tomorrow, no. JV and girls, ask me later. If it pertains to this class, you can ask it. If not, be quiet and raise your hand. Ask later. Yes, ma'am.
I don't have number 30 till then.
It's okay. I can get that to you after. All right. It has been a while since we've done notes, so welcome back. I forgot my book in the other classroom. That's okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. We're just going to go through the notes. Again, I might be going a little bit quicker because I do want to try to catch up in the notes. We are a little bit behind. Homework, you guys are fine. But I will try to catch up, so try to keep up. I might not describe or explain something quite as much. I might not go on my rabbit trails that I do sometimes. Okay, so be ready. Have that pencil ready. No talking, because I don't want to hear, hey, I missed that note. Well, you were talking. I'm not going back to the note for you. All right. Distant learners, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see Cheyenne. We have Natalie. Oh, extra distant learners today. Mia, Jezreel, Emily. Looks like we have the whole crowd. I do not see Jose. He'll probably show up 30 minutes late. I'm just kidding. He'll show up when he shows up, I guess, huh? All right, before we start, we are going to pray. Any prayer requests? At this point, there's no talking unless you raise your hand. If you talk, I will give you demerits, okay? Any real prayer requests, Jaden? Destiny? Unspoken? Any other prayer requests? John? Yeah, pray. Hopefully the highways are clear. No traffic. No water. Obviously, as you could hydroplane or ice. I don't think it's that cold that direction anyways. Pray for that. Pray for health while we're playing. Health, safety, no injuries or anything as well. Any other prayer requests? Tyler? Unspoken? That's it? All right, let's pray and then we'll get started. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today, Lord. Thank you for everything you do for us on a daily basis. Thank you for maybe the change of scenery, whether we liked it or not, Lord, over this weekend and today. A little bit of rain, chilly weather, and also a little bit of snow in different areas. Please help us to be thankful for all of it, the warmth and the cold, because you're good to us. Please help all these students, Lord, today and for this week, as I know this week's the last week of this grading period, for them to finish strong. Whatever quizzes, tests, finals, homework they have, to do it with all their diligence, whether they're at home, Lord, or here. Please bless them, Lord. Allow them to have a great week this week. Please help them in my class, as I know we have at least a quiz this week, possibly a test, for them to do well. If they have questions to ask, to make sure everything's turned in on time. Please help all the unspokens in this room, Lord, as you know all of our hearts and our thoughts. You know whether we need strength or wisdom or peace. Please just give those students whatever they may need, specifically Destiny and Tyler, Lord, whatever the situation may be. Give them whatever they need. Be there for them. Show them your presence to them. Also, please help the basketball team with traveling and everything. Please help all the ladies and gentlemen this week that are traveling for basketball, as we have a few games. Bless this week of history. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, it's been a while. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of review. I'm going to go back a few notes. Okay, we've been talking about what? Yes, sir. Not quite. Okay, specific. Seriously, guys, raise your hand. Tell me something in this era we're talking about. Hudson. The Jesuits. Okay, who started the Jesuits? It's on the screen, so no one should get it wrong. Brianna. Yes, Ignatius Loyola. You only really need to know the last name. Okay, if you know the first name, that's good too. But last name is more important usually in history. Okay, yes, this man started it. Okay, who were Jesuits? What did they believe in? What was their hallmark of their philosophy? Joey. It's not on the screen for you, man. You need help? You need someone to help you out? You know, I know a good friend of yours. She'll help you out. Jasmine. What was their hallmark of their philosophy? That is that correct, class? No. That is correct. Okay, good. Okay, we have the Society of Jesus. Okay, also known again, Jesuits is what we know them by. Let's see, what else will we need to review? All right, there was this group of people, okay, that kind of came along under this Counter-Reformation. Okay, they were the people that would take and terrorize people to get confessions out of them. What was this group called? Make sure your mask is on. Yes, it is the Inquisition. Good job, Chase. Okay, they destroyed Protestantism in Spain. We talked about that. The Counter-Reformation, obviously meaning You have the Reformation, that which opposed the Reformation. You okay there? Why are you always messing with and ripping your mask, man? Well, if you need to go get another one, quickly. Quickly. I do have an extra, but I don't want to give it to you. It's too nice for the likes of him. He'll waste this mask. He'll waste it. These are rare to get sometimes, you know?
It's rare to get a mask?
It's hard to get these masks sometimes because hospitals need them. Okay, we talked about a specific family, okay, that was named after a castle in Switzerland. What is their name? Joey. Micah. Habsburg. Good. Okay, where would these people eventually migrate to or go to? What country? Austria. Good. Hudson's hand was up. Okay, Werner the First was the Count of Habsburg. He's the one that led them there. Okay, Austria is where we left off. Very beautiful. Honestly, I would like to visit there. Probably will never visit there, but it looks really cool. Peaceful. You know, close to Germany. I would like to visit Germany sometime in my life since I am German. I am. I'm 70% German. Go figure. Yeah. Yeah, my relatives have done like the whole check their blood. Yeah. Because my grandma's crazy and thought we were Jewish, and we were like, Grandma, we're not Jewish. Okay, and we're not Jewish.
You're 70% Jewish, not Jewish. German.
Doesn't mean I can speak it. My great-grandma's from Germany, from World War II. She migrated to the U.S. All right, so moving along. Okay, we see for almost 300 years, the Holy Roman Emperors were Habsburgs. Okay, that's why we talked about from this group of people. Okay, the Roman Church, Roman rulers, they're all from this group. Okay, there was like a motto, okay, made from this group of people. Man, it's been up there for like 10 minutes, bro. Before I went through the review, yeah. People these days, Bella. What are we going to do with them? Shh, Cody. Shh. You got to learn how to control your tongue. Coming from the one that's talking. Are you good, Aaron? Good with this one? Hurry up. Stop daydreaming, dude. Hopefully, Jose, if you're back on the stream, make sure your name's in there. If you are this late, sadly, I do have to mark you as tardy. And if you're more late, I will mark you as absent, whether you're distant learning or not. Good now? Oh, man. All right, we have this asterisk, or this is what we need to know. Okay, we have A, E, I, O, U, the vowels, man. Look at that. You're going to say that too? Yeah, you were. We were thinking alike. Look at that. Okay, this is what it stands for. Okay, if I say it wrong, forgive me, but it's the Astrae et Imprimatur Orbi Universo, meaning this. It was the Habsburg motto. Okay, you don't need to know what it actually translates to, but you need to know the meaning of it. Okay, so know these A, E, I, O, U, the vowels, okay, they mean. Okay, it is the motto meaning Austria is destined to rule the world. Okay, obviously the vowels don't really mean that, but that's what they said they meant because that's what it stood for, the Astraea et Imprimatur Orbi Universo. Okay, honestly, by looking at it, you could probably translate that a little bit yourself. Imperiar looking like imperial or looking like inferior. Okay, also you have universal meaning universal. Okay, so ruling over universe or over all. Okay, so we have Austria is destined to rule the world. Yes, sir, John. Today, for one time, now it's a country, just like any other country.
Chicken squid.
Huh? It's destined. What are you talking about? Oh, the picture is like two birds with two different wings.
It's a chicken squid.
Yes, I get what you're saying. All right, but this is what the next religion that's going to come to rise out of this. Okay, we've talked about Lutheranism. Okay, we talked about Jesuits. We talked about other religions, obviously Catholics. Okay, but Calvinism is the next belief to come to rise. From John Calvin, yes. Okay, it had been excluded by the Peace of Augsburg. Don't make fun of me. Okay, you guys should be used to it by now. As one of the religious choices, but spread into Germany. Okay, so it came from Austria. Okay, but it spread into Germany, as they are, if you don't know your geography very well, they're very close to each other. That's why I just said I'd like to go there, because it's close to Germany, so I go to Germany too. Okay, because I'm 70% German, Aaron, I already told you that. Okay, a Calvinist prince led a league of Protestant states who were prepared to fight the Catholics and the Lutherans. Okay, so we see this new religion rise, as all these religions are in this time, sadly. Okay, they not only wanted to spread their false beliefs, but they also wanted power. So they use their platform for power. Okay, and they want to fight the Catholics and Lutherans because they want to be the supreme religion. Okay, which is going to cause this war, the 30 years war. 30 years war. Was everyone good with the last one? All right, just tell me. Just raise your hand and tell me. Wow, good. Doesn't it always make sense, John? It just makes sense sometimes, doesn't it? I said John. Doesn't it make sense, John? Shh, Cody. Control your tongue. You talk when I say you can talk. I've already given you 2 warnings. I don't want to hear you again, unless you raise your hand. No. Okay, this brings us to the 30 Years' War. Okay, it occurred in phases. Okay, meaning it wasn't like a constant war. Okay, that would not be realistic. Okay, someone would have been defeated if it was a constant war. Okay, but this means through different phases, different times, in this period of 30 years, there were wars, there were battles. Okay, whether physical or verbal or political. A civil war in Germany and the Holy Roman Empire over religious and political issues. Okay, many other countries in Europe also became involved, including Spain, France, Denmark, and Sweden. Because Germany, obviously, again, was a large power at this time, so was France. Okay, we see these different countries trying to be a part of it. Okay, which is done bring us to the first person we need to know during this time period of this 30 Years' War. I'm giving you time. Are you guys hot? No. It's a little warm in here. I mean, it's at 67. I can't touch it. No. Physically, you're right, I won't, because it's all right. I mean, I am warm, but I'm wearing a blanket, so. No, it's too much work. It really is. It's too much work. I don't have to wear a tie, Hudson.
Yes, you do.
Not this year, because when I got here, I was like, I'm wearing polos, and they said, okay, you can wear polos. So now we get to wear polos.
You can still wear ties for photos.
I actually like wearing ties, so it's not offensive. I like dressing up every once in a while. You look nice. I like looking professional. All right, moving on. I can't wait any longer. You got to go faster. Okay, Ferdinand II. We're going to talk about some rulers in different areas during this 30-year war. Ferdinand II. Man, there's a fuzzy in here. Why does your face look like that? Ferdinand II. We have Habsburg, who became the Holy Roman Emperor in 1619. Okay, he wiped out political and religious liberty in Bohemia and destroyed, that should not be "and country," but destroyed the country. I will later. Just know he's Habsburg, who became the Holy Roman Emperor in 1619. I was doing good until then, guys. None of us are perfect. Were you looking in the mirror when you said that? Got him. All right, which brings us to the next king we're going to talk about. And we're good on this one? Then why are you talking? I told you I'm not waiting for talkers. All right, Christian IV. Cody, I have to give you demerits. I don't care. I've told you multiple times now not to talk. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. You're still talking. I said no more talking. Destiny, no more talking. That is your warning, unless you would like to join Cody on the demerits. All right, be quiet unless you raise your hand and are called upon. John. Okay, Christian IV. Okay, he is the king of Denmark who became the champion of the Lutherans. Okay, their Protestantism. Okay, Denmark's forces were defeated in 1629. So we learn about this king. He ruled these people, and then we hear about their defeat. Short ruled. Joey, mask on, and your notes should be out. Okay, this is going to bring us to our next leader of a next country, which is also part of the Lutheran religion. Again, we see these religions being used as basically their power choice. Hey, I'm going to join this group for this side, this army. Everyone good? Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden. What a name. Gustavus Adolphus. Okay, he was a Lutheran warrior king who landed in Germany with a well-trained army. Okay, sadly, he was also killed in battle. Okay, the Swedish army was destroyed in 1634. So he basically, he became the king, of this Lutheran and Germany land at this time. Okay, he died in battle because of his death, because he's a warrior king. Okay, because of his death, the Swedish army was also destroyed in 1634. Yes, sir.
How come that mustache is so popular in that time?
I don't know, man. That's a good question. I don't really know their fashion back then. It's about 400 years ago. My favorite what? My favorite king of all time? I mean,
I like Charlemagne.
I'm sure you do.
You don't say Jesus.
I don't know. I'd have to really think about it.
Jesus.
There's some good kings out there, you know?
Jesus is the king of the world.
Shh. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, it seems like you're saying it a little blasphemous, but it's the truth.
Isn't he the king of the universe?
Shh, John. Okay, this is going to bring us, so we talk about these different rulers. Okay, they're all fighting over what land? Germany. Okay, remember we talked about all these countries, Austria, all these people fighting over Germany. These are different rulers that ruled this area and then died because they could not hold it because everyone was fighting for it. Okay, this is going to bring us to the Peace of Westphalia. The Peace of Westphalia. Welcome to join us, Jose. I will have to mark you as tardy. You were not here the first 30 minutes of class. He's here for about half. There's 20 minutes left. Okay, the Peace of Westphalia. Okay, it was signed in 1648. Okay, when did the last king just die? Gustavus Adolphus? Nope.
It was
1634. So how many years is this later? No. Thank you. It's at least one of us can do math. I know more than one can do math in here, but some of us obviously struggle. Okay, 14 years. 14 years later. Okay, 14 years later, the Peace of Westphalia was finally made. Okay, it was the renewal of the same religious situation that had existed before the war. Okay, basically said, these different religions, hey, we're not fighting anymore. Okay, too many people have died over just religion. Okay, we're just going to make our religion whole again. Okay, which is going to bring us to a new term we need to know. A new thing, a new belief, what it's called. We've heard it before. Hudson, your father, message me. Where's the game tonight? I'm not sure he can come. Unless he does like stats or something. I'll see if he can do stats or something. They're very, very picky. Randy's coming. What are you talking about? He does, but yeah, it's at the map. I know. I saw fans too. But they sent me like this long list saying no fans, no people unless they can be there. Unless they're like recording or doing like first aid kit or doing water. You can literally give them any job. I could say he's ball boy and sit with the bag of balls. Okay? Way to be mature, gentlemen. Okay, we see this Peace of Westphalia being made. Now this new religious idea came to be. This reminds you that you're with 7th and 8th grade boys. Okay, Christendom. Christendom, that's how it's said. Yes, sir. Not unless he's doing something for me. After class, you can quickly message him and say, hey, if you can do, I don't know, I'll make up a job for him, then yes, he could come. But they're very strict. He has to wear a mask. Temperature will have to be checked. Shh. Okay, Christendom. Okay, this is the name given to Europe during the Middle Ages. Okay, this is the period we're talking about, Middle Ages. It became a land of political and religious diversity. Okay, so this idea, that's what this kind of is. It's a land, but an idea, this Christendom, like kingdom, Christendom, okay, is this area that had the idea of, hey, Christ is first. Okay, our religion is first. So they called it Christendom. Okay, after talking about this Switzerland, Austria, all these different countries at this time, okay, we have some terms we need to learn about this. Christendom is very important. You'll need to know that for a quiz and test, I promise you. Sit up, Aaron. You can't take notes with your face in it. Sorry. Your ear doesn't write notes, but your hand does. Okay, Helvetia. Shh. Helvetia, he chews his nails. You can tell by how they're shaped. Okay, this is the name of the present-day Switzerland when it was under the Roman Empire. Okay, obviously it no longer is. John, what did I say if you talked again? So you're with Cody now. Cody, do you want more? I'm pretty sure your dad would love to hear. Exactly. So be quiet. Okay, we see this is what it was called when it was under the Roman Empire. Same thing. It's all the same thing. Just it gets tiresome, Chase, to keep on saying the Holy Roman Empire. Same as like the Roman Catholic Church. Sometimes they just call it the Roman Church. Does that make sense? Okay, with this, we're going to see a new, again, with Switzerland. Okay, what would people of Switzerland be called? Swiss. Like Swiss cheese, you know what I'm saying? Okay, we have the history of the Swiss Confederation. Again, we're moving kind of along all the area of Austria, Switzerland, Norway, Germany. That's what area we're in. This area of Christendom that we know it now. Okay, but the history of Swiss Confederation. If you guys have ever watched The Sound of Music, okay, obviously it's later on in history, but this happened in that area. Okay, the Swiss cantons of Schwyz and Uri, okay, resolved not to let Austrian power become too great in Helvetia. Okay, what is Helvetia? I just said what it is. It was your last note. It's basically Switzerland while it was under the Roman Empire still. Okay, so it's present-day Switzerland. Yes, that's what it is. Good job, Jasmine. What? Of what? In 1291, Schwyz and Uri invited the region of Unterwalden to join them in their fight for independence. Don't worry, you don't need to know all these names. Okay, it's just information. So when you're like, oh, I can't remember how it's spelled because it's spelled Schwyz with S-H-W-Y-Z. Okay, if you forget, it's okay. That sounds like the liquid cheese that they, in the East Coast, you guys don't know about that unless you've been there. It's called Cheese Whiz. You put it on top of your Philly cheesesteak. That's what cheese they use. They don't use cheese like that. They use this liquid cheese. They make lots of chocolate, cheese, and beer. And sausage, you're right. Okay, shh. They jointly signed the Perpetual Covenant. You do need to know that. So if you want to like underline some of these titles, I tell you to underline. Perpetual Covenant. Okay, what is that? Okay, that is a defense charter in which they agree to defend each other's against imposed foreign rule. Again, what are we talking about? What area? We just learned a term that talked about this whole area. Okay, under the Swiss, okay, in this Christendom area, okay, Helvetia or whatever, okay, that's what it's called. Okay, this place, they made this treaty basically, this peace, this perpetual covenant, which covenant means what? What's covenant? Another promise. Okay, in the Bible we see that as a promise. Okay, that they will work together and fight together for future invaders. Okay, this is the beginning of this new federation. Yes, it's basically another term for an alliance. It wasn't quite an alliance, but it's similar. Okay, this will bring us to 14. Sorry, I go back. Okay, but this is going to bring us to the complete independence. Okay, obviously Switzerland will not be completely independent, right? They're making alliances and covenants with other nations to help them. Okay, but we're going to see their complete independence where they ruled themselves. They took care of themselves in 1499. Okay, which is obviously a while after this. Okay, we were in this time period, then we took like a jump way back to this Helvetia time, and now we're back to, now it's called Switzerland. If you guys got lost in that. That's why dates help. Everyone good now? All right, they're okay? Gentlemen, hopefully you brought everything you need for the game. I told everyone to.
No, I did. So, you want me to give Lenny's shirt back to you? Or?
Yes, since it's my shirt. Yes. All 4 of those undershirts I brought were mine. Okay, in 1499, Switzerland won its complete independence from the Holy Roman Empire. So that's why it's no longer, it was called Helvetia. Okay, once it got its own independence, then it became Switzerland. You want to know what reminds me of Switzerland and stuff? You know, like what's the ride at Disneyland? The little mountain one? Matterhorn? That's what I think about. I know, but it's like German, Austria, Switzerland, they're all very similar. That's what it reminds me of. Yes, they are all very similar. Okay, I'm not moving on. It's just another slide on there. Switzerland decided upon a continuous policy of national neutrality. Okay, we still see that today. Okay, throughout world wars, which will happen obviously way later in the 1900s. Okay, Switzerland was always a neutral country. They are still a neutral country. That'd be a random fact to know, but if you knew it, I mean, there you go. I mean, they could never lose a war since they were really never part of a war.
That's true.
Okay, this is going to be one of our last notes for today. A couple more. Give you guys time. I said one of the last. That means a couple more. Couple meaning 2. No, I said one of the last. Okay, by 1513. Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh, war? I mean, yeah. I mean, what's your definition of loss? We could really go into this. Loss, I mean, we've lost lots of lives. That's kind of a loss. I mean, we've never lost in a sense of where our country was defeated and then we were taken over by someone else. That's what I would say as a final definition of loss, meaning we completely got taken over, so no. But have we lost wars? Yes. I mean, not quite. We didn't really lose it. We lost parts of it. Okay, we have by 1513, back to this time period. We're not quite there yet in that time period. We'll get there soon. Not really. Later on. Okay, the number of cantons. What does cantons mean? We've talked about it before. Anyone remember? If not, you'll want to look it up. We'll need to know that. Okay, the number of cantons in the Swiss Confederation had reached 13. Does anyone remember cantons? Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, thank you, someone. Okay, it's like a province, district, state. Okay, they're similar to those. These cantons where basically you have Switzerland. They're split up into these different cantons or areas. Okay, there was 13 at this time. They had no central government. Okay, but governed themselves. Okay, so all these different individual cantons. Okay, rather than like us, right? We have different states, different governors, but then we have a president. Okay, they kind of just had their 13 cantons and they were all separate. Okay, maybe they would come together and meet, but they all had separate little rulers or governors. Okay, these governors meeting together in a national assembly with no real legislative authority. Okay, they didn't really have a final command. So like they would meet together, they would talk about what would be best for them. They would go back to their cantons, but people couldn't be made to do anything. Like in America, we have free will, obviously, but we have to do some things. Well, given that's your governor, and then for us to be open, we have to do it. So, all right, last note of today. Actually, one more because it's just a quote. But this is our last main note. Okay, Protestants and Romans fought 4 religious civil wars. Okay, we talked about one of them. What was it called? The 30-year wars, right? 30-year wars. Okay, there was 4 of them. Okay, civil wars, meaning fight together, that they did little to alter Switzerland in any way. Remember, Switzerland was always neutral. Okay, at the end of the 17th century, so that'd be like 1690s, okay, that means the end of the 17th century, it remained a land of political and religious diversity. Okay, Switzerland still remained, after all this time, 300 years, okay, their own religious freedom, their own political beliefs, their separate cantons, no one main government. Okay, and after this, I'm going to give you a quote. It's a Dutch quote from Holland. Yeah, way to go, man. Build those biceps. While you do it, put your mask on, though. Okay, Dutch saying. Everyone good with this one? Who's still working on this note? All right, I'll leave it up there a little bit longer. Why do you got to rob my thunder, dude? Thunder. All right, here we go. A Dutch saying. Okay, we're going to talk about Netherlands next tomorrow. Shh. Our last thing for today. God created the world. Okay, but the Dutch created Holland. That was their belief. Okay, they believed. Okay, it was kind of pharisaical for them to say this. They were saying, yeah, we believe in a God. Okay, God created the world. Okay, but Dutch, or us, our people created Holland. We created us. Okay, and obviously that's not true. They were saying basically another humanistic belief. Remember, we've talked about humanism in the past. Another humanistic belief saying, hey, we're our main authority. We get to do what we want. Make sure we don't have anything. Put it away. Just put it away. All right, we're going to talk about the Netherlands and some things more tomorrow. Okay, but that is the end for today. We do have a quiz this week. I don't think we'll be able to have a test, but we are going to try. I want to try to get one more test in before the grading period is over. If not, then we'll just continue on and have our test later. Okay, but for homework. I did forget my book, so I do need your book. Can I borrow your book? Thank you, Destiny. I got this one. All right. Shh. Homework. The homework you guys were actually supposed to do last time. Okay, page 160. Listen, I don't want to have to say it 1,000 times. Write it down. Cody, write it down so you get it done. Okay, page 160, section 14.4, review. It is actually 1 through 4 all. Okay, there's 12 questions. We're only doing 1 through 4 all right now. No, you're doing more than 2 questions, you lazy bum. 1 through 4 all. Page 160, section review 14.4. Questions 1 through 4. No, all. All. Okay, you guys still have a few minutes, like 2 minutes before class is over. You can begin that. Okay, you have study hall. You can finish that. Basketball players, we're not leaving till towards the end of study hall. You have your quiz to take. You have to retake your quiz, and you can finish that homework before we leave. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. I'll throw the homework in the chat real quick for you. Oi, let's see if I can get this. Sign in. Open in browser. What you do? To throw something in the chat, you have to sign in.
Wait, where, Mr. Coral? For the section 14.4 review.
Can you plug in my Twitch channel?
Wait a second.
Can you plug in my Twitch channel?
Is everyone on the basketball team going?
I have to do a head count.
Oh, okay.
I don't think everyone is, though. So sadly, I think 1 or 2 are staying behind.
I didn't bring money.
You didn't? So you probably won't be going.
I have money.
If I was gonna do it, I'd ask you for money.
I'll pay for the entire team.
We'll see. All right. Okay, so we have page 60, section review 14.4, questions 1 through 4 all. It's in there for you guys. Make sure you do that. Let me know if you have any questions. Okay, check your grades. Make sure everything's turned in. All right, if something has a 0 or a missing, go check it. Okay, if you have a question about something, or you're like, hey, Mr. Coral, I did send that. Okay, message me, not with anger. Okay, but message me and say, hey, Mr. Coral, I sent that through text, email, or through My School Works. Tell me where you sent it through, what day you sent it on, and I'll go check, recheck, and then if it's there, I will fix the grade. If not, obviously, I'm not changing the grade. Hopefully, you're all doing well. We will see you guys tomorrow.
Are we stopping?